Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome here to the launch pad, or maybe good afternoon or evening, depending where you're joining us from. You're looking at a live view of launch pad 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, where we are now at T minus 1 hour, 4 minutes, 15 seconds, and counting until launch of a Soyuz 2.1A rocket carrying 2 Russian cosmonauts and 1 American astronaut to the International Space Station. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. Here at the launch pad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you all joining us live here today. We will be listening into Roscosmos mission control throughout the count as we count down now 1 hour 3 minutes 45 seconds and counting until launch. We of course are monitoring also the location of the International Space Station, currently passing over the Pacific Ocean, and we'll continue to monitor that as we await for today's launch. If you haven't yet, take a moment, let us know in the chat where you're watching from, and at the same time engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us. We're going to be answering your guys' comments and questions throughout today's stream, so you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the Launchpad. And of course, it is a launch day, which means you can head over to the Launchpad store, use promo code LAUNCHDAY to get 10% off of everything over on the TLP shop. Continuing to watch through today's count, lots of people joining us. We got Princesses in Canada, Helen's in the UK, great to see you. Great seeing so many regulars. We've got a cousin, Helen's got a cousin watching in South Africa. Great to have you here. Dan is in France. We got Jason in Iowa. Impala is in Maryville, Washington. We got Ravens in Texas. Great to have you here. We got Jason in Australia. Great to have you all joining us here. Again, if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of Launchpad 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, where Russia and Roscosmos are preparing to launch 2 Russian cosmonauts and 1 American astronaut to the International Space Station as part of Expedition 69 and 70. That looks like a live view inside the cabin, where the crew has been officially strapped in and everything sealed up. We are about 30-ish minutes away from when we expect to see those large claw structures retract away from the pad and pad clear. So we'll be following along those milestones throughout this morning as we continue closer and closer to that launch time. Ricky, thank you so much for those gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Noah, Claudia, the Bearded One, David, and David. Give a thanks to Ricky there for those memberships. If you are interested in helping support what we do here at the Launchpad Network, our mission is to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together, and we're glad to have you with us. You can hit that join button down below. We actually have 2 channels as part of the Launchpad Network. We have our main channel here, the Launchpad, where you see all of our live launch, docking, undocking, and return to Earth coverage, as well as special events, as well as we have our Launchpad News channel. That's where we'll be launching our TLP News updates, TLP News Weekly, exclusive one-on-one interviews and factory tours, and more. So definitely take a moment, subscribe to both of those channels if you're interested in space. If you are interested in becoming part of the TLP crew, you can also head over to our website, click on About. Their applications are there. We are looking to bring on a few more volunteer moderators, journalists for the Launchpad News written portion, as well as some researchers, as we continue to build the world's first fully complete space archive digitally for everyone to be able to access. Lots of people tuning in. Great to have you all here. We got Guru in India. Homie is in Cali. We got Ayush, I'm saying that wrong, in Indiana. Welcome. We got Summer is in Ontario, Canada. Great to see another Canadian here. Jason is in Queensland on Sunshine Coast in Australia. Thanks for being here. T minus 54 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. That is the clock that we have based on the time given to us on Fry Roscosmos. That is why we have our clock up in the top right screen. There is obviously the clock in the bottom right screen that we're continuing to monitor, why that one's about 5 minutes off, waiting to see if we get any updates on that as we continue through our countdown. Now, NASA will begin their coverage as well for today's mission, as there is an American astronaut on board. So we will be patching them in as well a little bit later in today's broadcast. We are expecting them to... Actually, they might have... Yeah, they're not live just yet. We do expect them to go live in not too long for today's launch coverage as well. As I said, if you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll work on answering those live. T-minus 53 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting until launch based on the official launch time by Roscosmos. Brian V is asking, when is the U.S. going to transfer the load of sending astronauts to the space station to SpaceX, or are they waiting for another commercial program to start up? I'm not too sure all what you're meaning with that. They do already have the contracts for sending American astronauts to the International Space Station, as well as all the partner nations as well, and have launched many of those, including ESA, JAXA, now Saudi Arabia, and others. There's also, of course, the private missions we've seen launching some other countries as well. But the U.S. has already transferred that, but they do still, time to time, launch an American on a Soyuz vehicle, as it is part of the partner program that NASA has as part of the International Space Station. The space station is only practical due to this international partnership that has existed for so many decades now, and that's why the International Space Station has been a success and has ultimately been a proving grounds to prepare us for the Artemis Accords and preparing us for this future of heading back to the moon and then on to Mars. And it's so awesome to be able to say that statement and not say it hypothetically. We are going back to the moon, and we are preparing for Mars privately, but also privately, commercially, but also within NASA as well, as we are officially in countdown to launch for Artemis 2. The first engine was installed on the core stage of Artemis 2. The crew is well into their training. We know who the crew are, and we're counting down, we're at 14 to 24 months, roughly, from when Artemis 2 will launch, taking the first people back to lunar almost orbit for the first time in 50 years, and that is super awesome. But if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view inside the cabin of today's Soyuz vehicle on top of a Soyuz 2.1A rocket at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. If you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll come in and out giving live commentary as we continue to count down to launch. T-minus 51 minutes, 5 seconds, and counting. Stay with us right here on the launch pad.
Кстати, на ракету-носитель «Союз-2.1А» изображение в честь юбилея МХТ имени Чехова. И у Роскосмоса
rocket stands 162 feet tall, weighs about 640,000 pounds, and consists of the Soyuz spacecraft inside a protective shroud at the top and the three-stage Soyuz 2.1A booster below. The first stage has 4 liquid engines strapped to the side of the core vehicle. Each will burn for 1 minute and 58 seconds before they drop away. The core engine of the first stage also serves as the second stage and continues to burn until 4 minutes and 57 seconds into the flight. The third stage has a single engine that will ignite before the separation of the second stage, helping to push it away safely. It will burn until the 8 minutes and 46 seconds mark of the flight, and at that point the Soyuz spacecraft will separate from the third stage, having arrived at its preliminary orbit.
And again, back live with the view of the launch pad at the Baikonur Cosmodrome, the gantry arms that are enveloping the Soyuz booster. They will spread or retract to their position perpendicular to the rocket itself a few minutes from now, as we continue the countdown flawlessly, approaching the T-minus 42-minute mark. Meanwhile, the International Space Station is flying over the southern Pacific Ocean, about to cross the southern coast of South America at an altitude of 262 statute miles, about to begin a southwest to northeasterly track that will carry it across the west coast of Africa a short time from now. No problems being reported as the countdown proceeds smoothly from those engineers at the blockhouse in Baikonur. Atop that booster, strapped into their seats in the descent module of the Soyuz, which is the center section of the 3-section Soyuz capsule, are NASA's Laurel O'Hara, and from Roscosmos, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub. The 3 sections of the Soyuz spacecraft are familiar to those who have watched previous missions to the International Space Station. Here's a look at this workhorse Russian vehicle.
The whole Soyuz is 4.5 feet long with an overall volume of 301 cubic feet and comprised of 3 modules. The descent module, situated in the middle of the Soyuz vehicle, contains customized seats for the crew members during launch, entry, and landing, and contains all the controls and displays necessary for the flight. It also houses life support systems, batteries for the re-entry and landing, and the parachute and soft landing rocket engines that slow the Soyuz just before touchdown as the spacecraft lands in Kazakhstan. There are 8 hydrogen peroxide thrusters located on the module, which are used to control the spacecraft's orientation or attitude during the descent until parachute deployment. The descent module also contains a guidance, navigation, and control system used to maneuver the vehicle during the descent phase of the mission. This descent module is 7.3 feet long with a diameter of 7.1 feet and a habitable volume of 124 cubic feet. It is the only portion of the Soyuz that survives the return to Earth. The orbital module at the top is 9.8 feet long. It connects to the descent module via pressurized hatch. This is where the crew has a small amount of room to move around following launch during the flight to the space station. It has a docking mechanism, hatch, and rendezvous antennas located at the front end. The docking mechanism is used to dock with the space station, and the hatch allows entry into the orbiting complex. The rendezvous antennas are used by the automated docking system, which uses radar, to maneuver toward the station for docking. There is also a forward-looking window in the module that the crew can use to take manual measurements of distance and closing speed with a laser rangefinder in the event of failure of the rendezvous radar system. The propulsion module houses the oxygen storage tanks, the main engine, and the attitude control thrusters, avionics, and communication and control equipment. The propulsion portion of this module handles all orbital maneuvers, including those needed for the rendezvous with the space station and the deorbit burn at the end of the spacecraft's mission. Before they are deployed, the two solar arrays are folded against the body of the propulsion module, which, along with the orbital module, separates from the descent module after the deorbit burn. The solar panels span almost 35 feet. The entire spacecraft serves not only as a crew transport vehicle to and from the space station, but also as an emergency return vehicle in the unlikely event that the crew needs to leave the station unexpectedly.
And you'll be seeing and hearing a lot more about the Soyuz spacecraft on September 27th, when we are here all night in the deep overnight to provide coverage of the departure of Frank Rubio, Sergei Prokopyev, and Dmitry Petelin from the International Space Station to wrap up their 371-day mission. We're also just a few minutes away from receiving from Baikonur a video B-roll feed of all of the crew's activities that led up to their boarding the Soyuz spacecraft a couple of hours ago. About 10 minutes before what is called automated rendezvous operations begin, the Soyuz will rapidly begin to close the gap between itself and the International Space Station, and later this afternoon will arrive in the vicinity of the space station itself, conducting a fly around of the station to precisely align itself with the Roscosmos module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the complex. After a brief moment or two for station keeping to permit Russian flight controllers to assess the angular alignment of the Soyuz forward docking probe with the Roscosmos module, the command will be given to begin final approach. That will be a very slow glacial approach of about 1/10 of a meter per second in its final phase, allowing the Soyuz to dock with the station's Roscosmos module at 1:56 p.m. Central Time, 2:56 p.m. Eastern Time. Once the docking is completed and the period of relative motion between the two vehicles at the docking interface has dampened out, the forward docking probe will retract and basically pull the two vehicles flush against one another, the Soyuz and the station, permitting hooks to close to form a hard mate between the Soyuz and the station. Leak checks will be performed on both sides of the docking interface before the hatches are opened later this afternoon, and O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub will float into the International Space Station to begin their stay on board the complex. And again, we are standing by for the roll of video from this morning's crew activities down in Baikonur that began several hours ago. The gantry arms that you see buttressed up against the side of the Soyuz rocket out on Site 31, Launch Pad 6, will begin to spread a short time from now, as the countdown has now reached the 35-minute 17-second mark. It's a beautiful night down in Baikonur, about 68 degrees Fahrenheit, clear skies. You couldn't ask for more, as O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub in a spacecraft that carries the call sign of Antares, the MS-24 spacecraft, begins its trip a short time from now, within the next 35 minutes, to the International Space Station.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. They're jamming out there. It sounds like at NASA Mission Control. You're seeing there some live replays of the crew walking out earlier today, heading off towards the station here. If you're just joining us, welcome. We are T-minus 33 minutes, 40 seconds and counting until launch of today's Soyuz MS-24 crew to the International Space Station. Soyuz rocket is fueling up on launch pad 31/6 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan in preparation. If it's your first time here, though, welcome. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, invite people to join us as we are continuing to count down now, just about 30 minutes away from launch here this morning. If you guys have questions, you can keep sending those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad, and we'll be answering those live. I saw a question coming in from Brian asking who is the current commander of the International Space Station. I want to make sure that I get this correct on who is currently at serving. I believe it is Sergey. Yes. Sergey, I'm going to say it wrong and I apologize. I've said it right before. Pryokopev, he will be commander until September 27th, 2023. So, Pryokopev, I'm saying it wrong, but Prokopyev, Sergey, is the current commander on the International Space Station as part of Expedition 69. This is his first time as commander, and he will be that until the 27th of September, when Andreas Mogensen will take over, officially beginning Expedition 70. So that's expected on the 27th of this month. So that's what we'll be watching. Andreas Mogensen launched aboard Crew 7, so that's where we're seeing that crew handover occur, and he's the pilot of that Crew Dragon. We do not have a time for how long Andrea will be the commander, but we're watching there. You're looking at a live view of launch pad 31/6 as the large tower retracts away from the Soyuz vehicle. A really great sign. We're continuing towards launch here, T-minus 31 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting until liftoff. Cooper the dog is asking what will happen if it fails. Soyuz has a really good escape system. We have seen it before on a crewed flight be used, and it is something that works. It definitely gives the astronauts and cosmonauts on board a jolt that they don't want to experience, but if they need to, it does save their life from any risk of an issue or issue. So it does have that escape tower at the top, so no worry to be concerned about any sort of failure happening. There are systems in place for that to occur. Continuing to check in the chat. If you guys have questions, you can send those in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. See a comment coming in. So they are allowed to touch, kiss, hug people before launch. They're allowed to do that with people that were in their quarantine. So if they weren't in quarantine, then no. But if they were in quarantine, yes. And it's nice to see that Russia has fixed the countdown clock in the bottom right corner of your screen. They were running that about 5 minutes late all morning, but it has now resynced with the current time, and we'll sync our clocks with that. T-minus 30 minutes, 30 seconds, and counting until liftoff. Josh hopes the bus service has been suspended. As you can see, the pad is definitely clearing out. Now that that tower is retracting, that's really the big sign of when it is time to clear out of the launch pad. This thing has flown almost 2,000 times, or maybe even over 2,000 times now. So we know how this vehicle works, and that's why people are allowed so close to it. It's also Russia's rules, not American rules, so there's definitely different health and safety. Cooper, which one would you fly on, Virgin Galactic or Blue Origin? Even with the failure Blue Origin suffered, I would say Blue Origin. I trust it. I mean, that launch escape system did what it was supposed to do. Luckily, that was a cargo mission, not a crew mission. So I definitely trust New Shepard for the vehicle. It seems really sound. It's had a good flight track record. Virgin Galactic's still pretty new, but it has a pretty decent flight track record now. It obviously was plagued by that fatality flight early in its history, but if I had to only pick one, I'd probably say New Shepard. I've looked into flying on New Shepard. If someone would like to write the check, it is a possibility to send me and TLP on a New Shepard flight. It's just a little bit outside of TLP's budget right now. But if you'd like to help increase our budget, you can hit that join button down below. That helps us to continue on our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because space is better together. And that goes into helping us upgrade our equipment, helps get our teams on site to locations that we need to be, especially last minute ones like Starbase. We are trying to figure out our plans for IFT2. It's not cheap to jump on a plane, 2-3 days notice for a launch like that, but we are working with our teams to try to figure out that coverage, and we can only do that thanks to your guys' generous support. I will be heading over to Europe also, going and visiting a number of different places, so we're excited to take you kind of on our first ever TLP Europe tour later this year and early next year, so definitely follow along for that as well. Jessica says, Zach, you mean outside TLP budget for now? I don't know. I'm not sure if TLP should ever be the one paying for me to go to space or near space. I mean, maybe it can help write a grant for it, but I feel like that should be something I'm probably paying for. But we'll see. We'll see what the financial team says. But great to have so many of you joining us here. If you haven't yet, take a moment, engage that like button. T-minus 27 minutes, 20 seconds, and counting until launch for today's mission. You can see those big arms have fully retracted away from the Soyuz vehicle, one of the last major milestones, and you can see the deep flame trench under the pad, ready for today's flight. Now, with any Soyuz mission, when they do launch, those engines do ignite, and you do see them hold down for just a couple of seconds while they get up to full power. We are listening into the live mission control sound, so if you're hearing some Russian, that's what it is. We are just listening in for anything major coming across the nets as we continue through today's countdown. Mark's asking, does New Shepard stay in space longer? I believe Virgin is technically longer. I think it's 4 minutes versus 3 minutes. But they're pretty identical. Virgin's flight is a lot longer. New Shepard's only like 10 minutes, like 20 seconds or so. Virgin, you have the whole like almost hour-long plane ride. Then you have your space flight up, your time in space, and then it's like another 10 minutes or so to glide to landing. So it is a longer flight in general. Alpaca says, I think subscribers would love to see Creator go up as long as there's a video of it. Absolutely. And we do have, we are working on plans to try to take you on some unique experiences. We're figuring out some zero-G flight options, as well as a flight up to the stratosphere. Excited to be having partnered with one company and have a ticket on a future flight once they begin their operations to fly up to 100,000 feet. So excited to take you guys along the way as this new commercial era of near space and space exploration really begins to open up. T-minus 25 minutes, 20 seconds and counting till launch, and we are only 3 hours, 36 minutes from docking. We'll bring over the live view here. NASA is running some B-roll from a previous press conference, but there's your clocks for ISS docking and hatch opening. This broadcast will not end with launch. We will be staying live tracking the ISS as we await for the Soyuz to approach through docking and hatch opening. So we'll be able to stay here live through the entire time. We'll provide commentary updates as we get them. Brian is asking, when is the next Blue Origin launch? Great question. Next question. We still don't know. They have not released a date. They have not. It seems like they're still working on their rocket after that failure. So it's been a while. So we're waiting to see another New Shepard out at the pad in the near future. Oh, now I'm being told in our back channels, apparently they're targeting October. So, see, I don't know everything. So I guess they are going to try to target October for a launch, but we'll wait and see if that actually happens. It's, of course, not only October, it's generally Scrubtober. So we'll see if that lives up to its name for the third year in a row. Emerald, when will Starship 2 launch? Again, great question. Next question. We're waiting for the FAA to finalize their paperwork. We have contacted the FAA and have had responses. We're waiting for further responses till we put that out in clarification of what they are working on. But the FAA is working on that launch license. They've completed the investigation. They are now working on the launch license. But at this point, we are still weeks. We are not at the point of days yet. We are at weeks out from that launch. So not just the right time to be booking flights or hotels just yet. At South Padre. Jason's asking, do you think that we will get to Mars? Personally, I don't think so. I think so. I think we will see the first people on Mars by the end of next decade. I think we're trying for this decade. I think that might be tight. But for sure, like, I'm certain we will have a base on Mars by the end of next decade, without question. This decade... will someone have ever stepped on Mars by the end of this decade? Yes. Will they have survived very long? I don't think so. But, well, space exploration is hard. Brian, what is the fastest a capsule has gone to the ISS? I believe Russia has tested a single orbit. I know for sure they've done a dual orbit. So that's 3 hours, which is what they're doing here today. But they are trying to do even a single orbit to station. The thing is, this is an instantaneous launch window for Soyuz to get to the ISS, but they also have to conduct a large number of burns and maneuvers correctly to be able to do this type of fast rendezvous with the station. So it's a very instantaneous launch window. They have to launch correctly. If you're just joining us, welcome. T-minus 22 minutes and counting till launch. On the top right screen is some B-roll from earlier as the crews were preparing for today. On the left is a live view inside the space capsule where the crew is boarded and strapped in ready for today's flight. Crew access towers have retracted away and the Soyuz is ready as we continue through today's count. Continuing to track the ISS, coming up on the west coast of Africa at this time. Russia now playing some B-roll of that crew arrival earlier. I'll bring this a little bit more full screen here as we continue through today's countdown. As we continue through the count, take a moment, engage that like button, share out the stream, and I'll be back with another commentary update. Stay with us live right here on the launch pad as we continue the countdown to launch of Soyuz MS-24 to the International Space Station.
Доклад 50-го
Administrator for Human Spaceflight Ken Bowersox, ISS Program Manager Joel Montalbano, Johnson Space Center Deputy Director Steve Kerner, Norm Knight, Johnson's Director of Flight Operations, and the Chief Astronaut for NASA, Joe Acaba. And with them is NASA Public Affairs Officer Leah Cheshire, who filed this report a short time ago.
Hi, Rob. We're here at the launch viewing site at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in the Kazakh desert. We are surrounded by miles of sandy soil and brush with our focus on Soyuz MS-24 perched on pad 31, just about 2 miles away from us. Now, this evening, we're in the low 60-degree Fahrenheit range. That continues to drop, but we're looking up to clear skies for our crew tonight. Now, in contrast, the NASA delegation on the Roscosmos charter received a very windy welcome when we arrived in Baikonur on Monday, and we saw a very chilly but by-the-book rocket rollout on Tuesday at 7:30 a.m. local time. And since we've been here, we've also seen many of the residents who call this desert home, including camels, cows, and horses. The crew's rigorous training has led to this moment, and they are ready inside the capsule, with this being the first space flight for Laurel O'Hara and Nikolai Chub, and the fifth for Oleg Kononenko. O'Hara's family is here cheering for her maiden voyage, and of course, so are we. Now we're looking forward to liftoff and seeing Soyuz rise on the skyline and light up the night. And with that, I'll send it back to you, Rob.
Thank you, Leah. The countdown is approaching the T-minus 15-minute mark. Everything is in great shape, the vehicle fully fueled. It is on autonomous power at this hour. You're going to be hearing a number of rapid-fire activities over the course of the next few minutes. The 1 minute to command key to start is scheduled at the T-minus 8-minute mark. Preparations will be transitioning to an automated mode, which is equivalent to a ground launch sequencer at the T-minus 7-minute mark. The course of the countdown preparations. The first of those two umbilicals will retract at about the T-minus 31-second mark. The second of the two umbilicals you'll see when we get there will retract at about the T-minus 12-second mark or so. That will initiate the engine sequence start. The engines will come up to full thrust, and then there'll be full ignition of the spacecraft's first stage engines, and the hold down posts will be retracted, and the Soyuz rocket will be on its way. Again, it's about an 8-minute 45-second ride to orbit for third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation. The solar arrays and navigational antennas will deploy. The Soyuz will be about 1,145 miles behind the International Space Station and will begin the automated rendezvous sequence just a few minutes after reaching its preliminary orbit, with a delta velocity burn just 39 minutes after launch.
Готовность к пуску 5 минут. Первый. Готовность к пуску 5 минут. Доклады руководителя работ принял. Первый. Есть готовность ППТ в душ 30-й. Доклад 30-го принял первый. Готовность ППТ в душ 30-й. Доклад 30-го принял первый. Минутная готовность первый. Минутная готовность принял 20-й. Минутная готовность принял 50-й. Минутную готовность принял 50-й. Минутную готовность принял 50-й. Доклады руководителя работ принял. Минутная готовность первый. 60-м округ. Сбросить шалом объекта первый. Есть сбросить шалом объекта 60-й. Первый. Есть готовность системы измерения 70-й. Доклад 70-го принял первый. Доклад 70-го принял первый. Есть готовность систем комплекса 30-й. Доклад 30-го принял первый. Первый. Сброс объекта проведен. Замечательный космический аппарат запуску готов. Доклад 50-го принял первый. Ключ на старт. Есть ключ на старт. Доклад 30-го принял первый. Продувка. Есть продувка 30-й. Есть продувка 70-й. Доклады руководителя работ принял первый.
Inside 4 minutes until liftoff. We're about a minute or so away from the pressurization of the fuel and oxidizer tanks to optimize fuel flow and provide additional structural rigidity to the launch vehicle out on Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. We have now hit the T-minus 3.5 minute mark until launch. T-minus 3 minutes and counting. All systems are go. The range is clear at Baikonur. The key to drainage has been conducted. This key to drainage enables the valves through which evaporated oxygen escapes from the fuel tanks into the atmosphere are closed, beginning basically a drain back of fuel back into the tanks, and the valves providing liquid oxygen to replenish any lost by a boil off in the final minutes of the countdown.
Наддув. Tank repress in progress.
Tank pressurization underway.
Есть наддув общий, 30-й. Есть наддув общий, 70-й. Есть сброс шавой системы измерений, 70-й. Доклады руководителя...
T-minus 2 minutes and counting. The ground propellant feed now has been terminated to the vehicle, the Soyuz on internal power. Coming up on T-minus 1 minute. The first umbilical tower again will retract at the T-minus 35 second mark.
Minute. Земля борт. Vehicle on internal power. Copy.
There goes the first umbilical retraction. The second umbilical will retract in just a few seconds to initiate engine start sequence. T-minus 20 seconds.
Пуск. Зажигание.
We have engine sequence start. We have engine ignition.
Second tower separation.
3, 2, 1,
Pumps at flight speed.
and liftoff. O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chu begin a short-duration journey for a long-duration mission on the International Space Station. All vehicle parameters are normal. 23 seconds into the flight. Good roll, pitch, and yaw program. Engine performance on the first stage nominal.
L plus 30 seconds. Flight is nominal.
40 seconds into the flight.
Feeling well, vehicle.
Structural parameters.
Roll pitch, yaw nominal.
All the vehicle parameters are normal. Good reports coming in from the blockhouse in Baikonur. The vehicle arcing out to the northeast from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
80. Параметры системы управления ракеты-носителя в норме.
90 seconds into the flight.
90. Двигатели первой и второй ступени работают нормально. L plus 90 seconds.
Good engine performance being reported.
184608. C off nominal pressure in KZO 1500. Copy. Тангаж, рыскание вращения в норме.
Coming up on first stage shutdown. And we have first stage separation.
Jettison confirmed.
Launch tower jettison reported. Everything in good shape.
First stage separation.
2 minutes,
confirmed.
12 seconds into the flight.
Copy. KSO is back to nominal 980. Copy.
The vehicle now operating on its second stage engines. All parameters are normal. Good structural performance by the vehicle.
Двигатель второй ступени работает нормально.
Launch shroud jettison now reported. And this view now from a camera on the upper stage of the Soyuz 2.1A booster.
We confirm jettison of the nose steering.
2 minutes, 50 seconds into the flight. A little over 6 minutes of powered flight remaining.
Launch vehicle is nominal. Copy. Soyuz is nominal. Crew is feeling well.
Kononenko reports the crew is feeling well. 3 minutes, 15 seconds into the flight. Perfect engine performance reported. Good structural parameters on the vehicle.
L plus 200 seconds. Second stage engine operating nominally.
Second stage engine is functioning by the book. The Soyuz heading for its precise keyhole in space. Flight is normal. Now 4 minutes into the flight, everything going perfectly. O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub heading for their preliminary orbit and the chase to track down and dock to the International Space Station.
L plus 250 seconds.
4 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight.
Nominal.
Roll pitch, all normal. Engine performance is normal as well.
L plus 270 seconds. Standing by for GK2 command. Copy.
Coming up on second stage shutdown. And we have second Stage shutdown.
Есть отделение второй ступени. Second stage separation confirmed. Copy.
Second stage separation confirmed. That's the skirt for the third stage you saw being jettisoned. Powered flight remaining. Now being propelled on the power of its third stage engine.
Launch vehicle is nominal. Copy. Soyuz is nominal. Crew is feeling well. Copy.
Kononenko continuing to report that the crew is feeling well. Everything normal on board. 5 minutes, 45 seconds into the flight. Good third stage performance.
350 секунд. L plus 350 seconds. Flight is nominal. Copy.
We've just passed the 6-minute mark into the flight. Good reports continuing to come in. Control of the Soyuz spacecraft after it separates from the third stage will transfer to the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. 6 minutes, 25 seconds into the flight.
Stage 3 engine operating nominally. Copy.
Six minutes, 45 seconds into the flight, 2 minutes of powered flight remaining.
Stabilization is steady. Copy.
Good, stable structural performance by the vehicle.
L plus 430 seconds. Stage 3 engine operating nominally.
7 minutes,
Copy.
20 seconds into the flight. Nothing but good reports coming in. We're about a minute and a half away from third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation.
L plus 460 seconds. Launch vehicle structural parameters are nominal.
7 minutes,
Copy.
55 seconds into the flight. Everything is going perfectly so far. Less than a minute to go before third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation.
L plus 490 seconds. Stabilization is steady.
8 minutes, 20 seconds into the flight. About 30 seconds of powered flight remaining.
L plus 500 seconds. Flight is nominal.
Right after third stage shutdown and spacecraft separation, we'll be standing by for the deployment of the solar arrays and navigational antennas on the Soyuz.
L plus 520 seconds.
Standing by now for third stage shutdown.
Standing by for GK 3. 530
And we have third stage shutdown and third stage
Third
separation.
Stage engine cutoff confirmed. Separation confirmed. Antares, we're handing you over to MCC Moscow.
And the program has been activated, and the solar arrays and navigational antennas are now confirmed to have been deployed. Perfect ride to orbit for Laurel O'Hara, Ale Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub.
Antares, Moscow.
The Soyuz being inserted into a perfect preliminary orbit as it begins its chase to catch up to and dock to the International Space Station later this afternoon. At the time of third stage
Moscow,
shutdown, the
how do you
Soyuz
copy?
trailed the station by about
Have you logged clear?
1,145
Congratulations on the
statute
successful
miles.
ascent. Execute per page 35. Copy. RTU closed, SP1 and 2 are open, checking STM.
And if you're just joining us, you just saw the launch of Soyuz MS-24 launching to the International Space Station. We are now 3 hours and 30 seconds and counting from that ISS docking set to occur. We will be staying live on this broadcast through docking and hatch opening, so we hope that you will stay with us. If it was your first time here, though, make sure you engage that subscribe button so you never miss another live launch coverage, docking, undocking, or return to Earth from not only Roscosmos, but the United States and every other nation. And we're glad to have you here, because here at the launch pad, it's our mission to inform and inspire the explorers of tomorrow, because we believe that space is better together. So make sure you engage that subscribe button and hit the like button as well as we continue on. We'll be patching in NASA and Roscosmos as they follow the journey of the crew to the International Space Station, now just under 3 hours from docking. We're expecting to regain live views from NASA right around, just confirming the time again here, at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, about 2 hours from now. We are getting just a very quick glimpse at some of the systems on board, things performing nominally, continuing through today's flight as the Soyuz prepares for a dual orbit rendezvous and docking to the International Space Station, just over a single orbit, and they will begin that approach to the ISS, approaching the ISS's approach ellipsoid and then the keep out sphere, and going through those processes. And we'll be walking you through all those steps as we follow along. Once they dock, it takes about an hour and 45 minutes for Soyuz to dock, pressurize, depressure, and resync the hatches before we'll have hatch opening and see 3 more astronauts and cosmonauts aboard the International Space Station. So we hope that you will stay with us for that. As always, you can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll work on answering those through this time, but stay with us as we follow Soyuz MS-24 on its journey to the International Space Station.
Day from the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Mission Control with you as we are preparing for the arrival of 3 new residents to the International Space Station. At this hour, the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft that launched just 2 hours and 16 minutes ago from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan is rapidly approaching the neighborhood of the station, now just about 30 kilometers separating the Soyuz from its destination, the Roscosmos module, and a docking to the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. At this hour, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console here in Mission Control. Flight Director Chris Dobbins, who is in the middle of this cluster of flight controllers on console. To his left is Flight Director Ronak Dave, and to his right, spacecraft communicator Jessica Meir, the veteran astronaut who launched just 4 years ago on a Soyuz MS-15 spacecraft to the International Space Station for her long-duration mission. Everything is proceeding normally since the Soyuz lifted off at 10:44 and 35 seconds a.m. Central Time, which was 8:44 p.m. in the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. The vehicle arced out to the northeast, and 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, arrived in its preliminary orbit, deploying its solar arrays and navigational antennas to begin the express lane to-orbit 3-hour trek to the International Space Station. Flight controllers who are in control of the Soyuz operations today are in the Russian Mission Control Center that you see here in this balcony view in the Russian Control Center outside of Moscow in the town of Korolyov. They are talking directly to the Soyuz crew. Oleg Kononenko is the Soyuz commander, and he is flanked to his left by first-time flyer Nikolai Chub of Roscosmos, and to his right, NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara. This trio, with Kononenko making his 5th flight into space, are flying under the call sign of Antares. That's the call sign for their Soyuz spacecraft as they approach the International Space Station, where they will conduct a fly-around of the station at a distance of about 400 meters, a 54-degree fly-around of the station, to precisely align their forward docking probe with the Roscosmos module. They will go into a few seconds of station keeping, if that is required, to allow the Russian flight control team to make final calculations on the alignment of their spacecraft to the Roscosmos module before they press in for a docking at a rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second, docking scheduled at 1:56 p.m. Central Time, 2:56 p.m. Eastern Time. Earlier today, about 2 hours and 45 minutes before launch, the 3 crew members, Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub, boarded the stairs to their vehicle as it vented liquid oxygen behind them, fully fueled, ready for launch from Launch Pad 6, Site 31 at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. They were sent off by NASA and Roscosmos managers as they posed for that traditional picture on the stairs leading to the elevator that would take them up to the entranceway, the descent module of the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft. After waves and final farewells, the crew climbed the stairs, boarded the spacecraft, and awaited the final hours of the countdown. With everything proceeding on track, the countdown moved into its final phase, with engine ignition having occurred about 12 seconds before launch. The command for engine start was given after the second of the 2 tower umbilicals separated from the side of the Soyuz rocket. Engine ignition and liftoff occurring again at 8:44 p.m. Baikonur time. The engines built up thrust, the hold-down posts were released, and the Soyuz 2.1A booster was on its way. The Soyuz arced out to the northeast from the Central Asian Desert Spaceport. About 1 minute and 10 seconds after liftoff, passed through the area of maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle, basically going supersonic at that point, and 1 hour and 1 minute and 58 seconds after launch, the first stage shut down. The solid boosters on the side of the vehicle fell away, and the second stage took over the operation. The yaw, pitch, and roll control of the vehicle was rock steady. Structural parameters on the vehicle were perfect as the vehicle continued its climb to orbit. About 4 minutes and 55 seconds into the ascent phase, the second stage shut down, and the third stage of the Soyuz took over, completing the 8-minute, 45-second climb to orbit. Once the Soyuz completed its work and the spacecraft itself separated from the third stage of the Soyuz booster, the solar arrays and navigational antennas on the Soyuz were deployed as planned, and the chase was on as the Soyuz began to close the gap between itself and the International Space Station.
We saw a bright light, and I think we have the ISS visible. And MCC Moscow, we already have been holding the push-to-talk button, depress and hold.
The conversation you're hearing between the interpreter, who is interpreting conversations between the flight controllers in Korolyov and Kononenko aboard the Soyuz spacecraft. They're talking about all of the technical parameters for the final phase of the rendezvous. The crew went into automated rendezvous operations just 49 minutes after launch, and after conducting the first so-called DV burn, the DV-1 burn, a delta velocity burn that raised the altitude of the Soyuz to match that of the International Space Station and to fine-tune its path en route to the orbital outpost. The station and the Soyuz are currently flying over the South Pacific, about to begin a southwest and northeasterly swing that will take the two vehicles across south-central South America, up the eastern coast of South America, and back over the South Atlantic. En route to the station, the crew activated its core's automated rendezvous system, which basically is the autopilot, if you will, the automated rendezvous system that is flying the Soyuz towards the Roscosmos module of the International Space Station. The core's checked out in good shape. In the unlikely event that a problem would occur with the core's system, the backup is Oleg Kononenko, the Soyuz commander, who would take over manual control of the flying of the Soyuz for its docking to the Roscosmos module. This is unlike what you are commonly referred to on a Progress unpiloted spacecraft, where if the core system encountered a problem there, then the crew on board the station, the Russian cosmonauts on the station, would take over the manual flying of the unpiloted Progress vehicle through a joystick in the Zvezda service module called the Toru system, the telerobotically operated rendezvous system. But in this case, there is no such system associated with the Soyuz approach where the crew is on board. If the core has encountered a problem, it would be Kononenko taking over the flying of the vehicle. The course, however, is checked out. Everything is in good shape. We are expecting to receive television from the Soyuz vehicle shortly, as well as views of the Soyuz from external cameras on the International Space Station. Once again, the fly-around of the station is scheduled to begin at 1:36 p.m. Central Time, about 27 minutes from now, when the Soyuz will have reached a distance of about 400 meters away from the station. The fly-around itself will be 54 degrees to align the Soyuz with the Roscosmos module and to initiate a brief, very brief period of station keeping before the command is issued for final approach, docking scheduled at 1:56 p.m. Central Time.
Expect at 21, copy at 21:11, expect transmitter activation. Copy. I already have it prepared. Okay, let me take a look. Range is 12.7, 15.9, approaching range rate. Copy.
The Soyuz now about 12 kilometers away from the International Space Station as the two vehicles fly over the South Pacific at an altitude of about 260 statute miles. Once docking occurs, there will be a brief period to allow the relative motion between the two vehicles flush against one another to dampen out, at which point the forward docking probe on the Soyuz will be retracted to basically pull the two docking interfaces close together against one another, enabling the initiation of the closing of the hooks on the Soyuz to form a hard mate. At that point, the cosmonauts on the station side of the docking interface, and Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara will be conducting leak checks on either side of their respective vehicles before there's a depressurization of the vestibule, the passageway between the station and the Soyuz. That'll be the precursor to the opening of the hatches between the two vehicles. We expect hatch opening to occur in several stages. The hatches will begin to open somewhere in the neighborhood of about 4:10 p.m. Central Time, 5:10 p.m. Eastern Time. That will result in welcoming remarks by the crew after O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub float inside the station to begin their occupancy aboard the complex. The welcoming remarks are expected in the vicinity of about 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. When the hatch is opened, the newly arrived crew members, O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub, will be greeted by two sets of crews living aboard the station who arrived at different times, comprising the Expedition 69 crew at the moment. The commander of Expedition 69 is Sergei Prokopiev on your left in the middle, along with Roscosmos cosmonaut Dmitry Petelin and the new U.S. record holder for the longest single spaceflight in history, Frank Rubio, who is en route along with Prokopiev and Petelin to 371 days in space. We'll talk more about that in a moment. They were recently joined by the SpaceX Dragon Crew 7 crew. From left to right, Konstantin Borisov of Roscosmos, Andy Mogensen of the European Space Agency, NASA astronaut Jasmine Mogbelli, and Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency Satoshi Furukawa. Those 7 crew members currently on the station will see their ranks expanded to 10 crew members once the Soyuz MS-24 crew, O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub, float on board, and they begin a handover with the Soyuz MS-23 crew. Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin are beginning preparations for their return to Earth, which is scheduled for September 27th, and a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. That day will be providing coverage of hatch closure, undocking, and landing throughout the course of the overnight hours on September 27th that will culminate with a touchdown southeast of Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan, at 6:14 a.m. Central Time, 7:14 a.m. Eastern Time on September 27th. We're about 20 minutes away from the start of the fly-around of the Soyuz to the International Space Station. We are expecting to receive reciprocal views of both the Soyuz from the station and vice versa, of the station from Soyuz a short time from now. The Soyuz, about 9 kilometers away from the International Space Station, continuing to close the gap in this quick 2-orbit, 3-hour and change rendezvous that began with the perfectly and precisely timed launch of the Soyuz from the Baikonur Cosmodrome that took place just over 2.5 hours ago. Laurel O'Hara, the NASA astronaut who launched today with Kononenko and Chub, will be spending 6 months on board the International Space Station. She will be returning to Earth on a different vehicle with a different pair of crew members next spring. Her backup for this launch, NASA's Tracy Dyson, will be launching on the Soyuz MS-25 spacecraft, along with Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Novitsky and Belarus researcher Marina Vasilevskaya. They basically are a taxi crew that will bring Dyson up to the station and bring home O'Hara. Kononenko and Chub, who are embarking today on a 1-year mission to the station, will be returning to Earth next September with Tracy Dyson.
Range is 7 kilometers. 8.7 is range rate. Copy.
Since the launch took place 2 hours and 34 minutes ago, the Soyuz MS-24 has performed perfectly. No issues. All of the rendezvous burns so far have been spot on to close the gap between the Soyuz and the International Space Station. And again, waiting on board the 7 crew members of Expedition 69. And by the way, Expedition 69 becomes Expedition 70 at the time of the Soyuz MS-23 undocking on September 27th, as Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin depart the complex. The increments are measured between Soyuz undocking to Soyuz undocking. That's how the time is accrued in the history books for the International Space Station. And there you see in this view, as the station and Soyuz fly 260 miles over the Chilean mountains. That black dot is the Soyuz spacecraft, the MS-24, slowly but surely making its way toward its destination, the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the International Space Station. Before Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin depart the station, the day before, on September 26th, Andy Mogensen will take over command of the station, representing the European Space Agency, as he takes a handoff from Prokopiev, the current commander of the station, in a change of command ceremony that will be broadcast on NASA TV at 8:40 a.m. Central Time, 9:40 a.m. Eastern Time. That'll be on September 26th.
Да, принято, подтверждаем.
8.3 range rate. Yes, we confirm.
A good view of the Soyuz MS-24 from external cameras on the International Space Station flying directly over Buenos Aires.
Range is 5 kilometers. 8.4 is range rate. Copy.
And as you heard in that translated communications between flight controllers and Korolyov and the crew on board the Soyuz, the distance is now less than 5 kilometers between Soyuz and the station, closing at a current rate of about 8 meters per second. Here in Mission Control in Houston, Flight Director Chris Dobbins has polled his team of flight controllers and has given his Russian Flight Director counterpart in Korolyov a go for final approach and docking. The International Space Station flying from southwest to northeast, as is the Soyuz vehicle against the limb of the Earth, as you can see in this spectacular view, passing just to the southwest of Sao Paulo, Brazil, and will be passing just to the east of the Brazilian capital of Brasilia.
Range is 4.87. Copy. Expect maneuver. Copy.
Less than 12 minutes now until the beginning of the fly-around of the Soyuz. Once again, the fly-around itself will be at a distance of 400 meters, about a 54-degree fly-around that will take just under 5 minutes to complete, followed by a very, very brief period of station keeping to enable flight controllers to assess the angular precision between the forward docking probe on the Soyuz and the Rosviet module prior to the point at which the command will be issued for the initiation of final approach.
2126 is maneuver.
Принято.
So the station has moved inaudible. Copy.
The Soyuz beginning a series of so-called impulse burns. These are very brief firings of their thrusters on the MS-24 spacecraft to fine-tune their path to the International Space Station. You can see the thruster firings right there, a good view, as the two vehicles, the station and Soyuz, fly 260 miles over eastern South America.
2748. We have Escada. 044 is acceleration. The burn is complete. The duration of the burn is 13 seconds. Burn was 561. Copy.
And as you can see, the Soyuz continues the series of impulse burns.
Copy. Monitoring.
This makes a more precision approach possible for the initiation of the fly-around that is expected about 7.5 minutes from now.
Range is 1.7. Range rate is 4.5. Copy. The maneuver is complete. A station is in the center of the OSK in the OKU. Copy. Range is 1.5 kilometers. 4.24 is range rate. Copy.
Johannes Kepler in charge of this rendezvous, a 2-orbit rendezvous. Just 2 hours and 45 minutes ago, this vehicle was on the launch pad at the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Now it's just about 1 kilometer away from the International Space Station.
It's going to do the next burn without maneuver. Copy on the PO. At the range of about 1 kilometer. Copy.
This view now of the International Space Station from the control panel in the Soyuz vehicle. That view is the familiar engineering cross-haired view that shows the Soyuz crew, Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara, all of the various parameters of their approach. Just about 1 kilometer away, closing at a rate of about 4 meters per second.
Range is 1 kilometer. We confirm depot activation. Copy.
The Impulse 5 burn being conducted, the latest in the series of fine-tuning correction maneuvers. The Soyuz on a precise trajectory for its docking to the International Space Station. Docking scheduled about 23 minutes from now.
Range is 850 and range rate is 2.5, approaching.
About 2.5 minutes to go before the fly around of the station by Soyuz. As the Soyuz and the International Space Station pass off the northern coast of South America back out over the South Atlantic, the two vehicles will skirt the northwest coast of Africa and then over the Mediterranean.
Range is 620. We have completed the retrograde burn, and then we are starting to approach. Prepare to work for page 53. For the approach. 571 is the range, and 7 for range rate. Copy.
A great view of the Soyuz MS-24. Just off the northern coast of South America, moving from southwest to northeast. Inside 1 kilometer from the International Space Station and a docking to the Rosviet module. Docking scheduled just 20 minutes from now. We are about to initiate the fly around of the station at a distance of 400 meters.
Range is 400, 1.3 is the range rate.
And at a distance of 400 meters, the fly around of the International Space Station by Soyuz MS-24 has begun. This will take about 3 minutes to complete. In the lower right-hand corner of your screen, the ultraflex solar arrays of the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft.
Mark the current of range and range rate. Current range is 350, range rate 09. Copy. Also, monitor the Ka-15 generation for the approach, for the final approach. Currently, range is 330, 0.8 is range rate. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. You're watching live coverage of the approach of the next trio of residents to the International Space Station. The Soyuz MS-24 with Laurel O'Hara of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub aboard, launched just under 3 hours ago from the Baikonur Cosmodrome, now just 320 meters away from the Roscosmos module of the International Space Station, which will be their docking port.
$260
as range, 0.4 is range rate. Copy.
All of the Soyuz functions are being conducted automatically. The core's automated rendezvous system is working perfectly, guiding the Soyuz in for its link up to the Roscosmos module a short time from now. The Soyuz and the International Space Station now flying over southern Morocco.
Ожидаем переход в курс режим причаливания.
Expect the final approach mode transition.
Дальность 230.
Range is 230.
025 на снижение.
025 is range rate. We see the course mode final approach.
Да, наблюдаем.
Yes, we see the fly round.
Мим-1.
MRM-1 is in the OSK center.
Дальность 220.
Range is 225 and 0.35 is range rate.
Fly around is complete. The final approach is expected shortly. The Soyuz and the station flying over the Moroccan desert.
Есть причал К-15.
We have the final approach. Причал K-15 ranges to 10. 0.19 is range rate. We're rotating along the roll. Be ready to execute page 53 in the OSK lighting.
Принято. Так, Коль, давай, подсветка ОСК.
So we're going to turn on the light for OSK.
Подсветка ОСК включена. Есть завкон.
We have the cone, approach cone station keeping. We confirm the headlight activation. We sent the command.
And Russian flight controllers in Korolyov have given the Soyuz the go for final approach. The Soyuz headlight has been turned on, as you can see. Final approach has now been initiated.
Final approach. On the approach display, send in the command, the final approach, Причал command. I sent the command. Range is 200.
200 meters separating the Soyuz from the station.
Acceleration for final approach.
The two vehicles about to pass just south of Casablanca.
Antares at 21:51, you're going to enter the eclipse. Okay, copy 21:51, ranges 187. We are accelerating to 0.85 for final approach. Copy. Range is 170, 0.85 is range rate. Antares, could you please expand the video so it covers the entire screen? Okay, copy. Expanding the video. Range is 140, is final approach 0.9. Copy, we're seeing the video. Anton, what was your request about the video, about the picture?
The Soyuz and the International Space Station heading into an orbital sunset. And this view now from the external video camera, the engineering camera on the outside of the Soyuz, showing the station and the docking port on the Rosviet module. 118 meters separating the two vehicles, closing at a rate of 0.6 meters per second.
The charge is 50%. 50, copy. Range is 100, 0.57 is range rate. Copy.
Less than 100 meters now separating the two vehicles.
The cupola module is right beneath us. Or above us.
The core's system will guide the Soyuz forward docking probe into perfect alignment with the docking target on the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station.
0 meters, 0.47 is range rate. Copy.
The other Soyuz that's on board the station, which will be the ride home for Sergei Prokopiev, Dmitry Petelin, and Frank Rubio, just 12 days from now, is docked at the space-facing side of the Russian segment to the Prishal module, that is the node module attached to the multipurpose laboratory module.
Range is 70, 0.3 is range rate. We have the crosshairs aligned. So it's in the center. Copy.
Approaching 60 meters between Soyuz and station, closing at a rate of 0.2 of a meter per second. At the time of contact and capture, the Soyuz will be moving even slower at just about 1/10 of a meter per second.
We see the extending crosshair in the center of the sky, in the center of underlying. So range is 50,019 range rate. We have gas 7, gas 13, gas 17. Range is 47 meters, 0 to
The docking system is now powered up. In the center section of this three-section Soyuz vehicle are the three crew members, Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub, just moments away from arriving at their new home in space.
Monitor gas 13, gas 17. Yes, we have confirmed that it's all set up. Work for page 55 at this time. Copy. Range is 35, 0.14 range rate. Copy. Range is 30 meters per OSK, 0.15 is range rate. Copy. We see solar array panels. Yes, it's already floating into our window view. The station is so large and we see it. Range is 25 meters, 0.12 range rate for approach.
As you heard, 25 meters separating the two vehicles, closing at a rate now of 1/10 of a meter per second. You can see the pentagon-shaped docking target at the base of the Rosviet module.
Copy. We have AR base. Range is 20. Copy. How do you read me on VHF2?
This video now over Russian ground stations of the Soyuz view of the final approach for docking, now less than 20 meters separating the two vehicles.
Anton, we didn't copy your last. We have road interference. Right now we're going to switch to VHF1. Antares, how do you read me on VHF1? We're really loud and clear. Well, there's there's a small bias, but we're straightening out. Range is, by my assessment, 17 meters, and range rate is 0.1. Copy. We see the target, and the eclipse is starting. Range is 10 meters by my assessment. 0.12 is range rate. Copy. I am approaching at 7 meters. Range is 7 meters and range rate is 0.12. Copy. I think it all works. We have a small bias, and I think we're straightening out. 6 meters.
6 meters now separating the two vehicles.
Range rate. We have a small bias. 5 meters. 0.9.
Less than 5 meters now, standing by for contact and capture.
The bias is straightening out little by little. 3 meters, 0.1 range rate. We're expecting contact. Everything is nominal. 5332, we confirm.
Contact confirmed, docking confirmed at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time, as the station and Soyuz flew 260 miles over Ukraine, south of Kyiv.
Work per page 56. Copy. Monitor the GADU parameters. Monitor the accelerometer activation, and also monitor the messages. Okay, K9 is no longer eliminated. Copy. I think we need to go to SSOP.
A flawless launch to docking scenario for Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub. O'Hara and Chub arriving at the station for the first time. Kononenko, an old hat at this. This is his 5th flight into space. It was dead perfect from launch to docking. Docking occurring at 1:53 p.m. Central Time.
Tank section 1 and 2. Copy.
The transit from the launch pad at Baikonur to the International Space Station took 3 hours and 9 minutes.
S7. S18. And closing RPV-1. MCC Moscow, we're closing RPV-1. We confirm. Okay, and RPV-1 is closed. And we're going to read you the time. The time when we started that, okay. At 56. I will start the timer at 56 minutes. Should we turn off RPV-1? Inaudible. Sending RPV. First measurement. I'm ready to report the first measurement. We're ready to copy the first measurement. First measurement of pressure in the SS 792. Pressure in the BO is 822, and the assembly compartment is 877.
Ready for.
I am ready.
And
to switch cover the electrical control on your go.
After retraction, if anything else, let me know.
Okay, copy the time. Could you repeat the last in the assembly compartment is the pressure is 877.
We'll talk about config. Okay,
so the next measurement will be at 22:01 minutes.
Congratulations, everybody, with success.
Work per page 57. For monitoring. Copy. S13 21:57:10 is eliminated.
The forward docking probe has retracted, and the hooks are now driving close to form a hard mate between the two vehicles. standing by for the completion of the closure of the hooks to form a hard mate between Soyuz and the Rosviet module.
Antares, Moscow, requesting launch burn 1280. Copy 1280.
Moscow 4. Dmitry, you can deactivate recording mode. Copy.
213.
And we now have confirmation that the hooks are closed. So we have a hard mate now between Soyuz and the International Space Station. Just a flawless rendezvous and docking, no issues at all, as Oleg Kononenko, Nikolai Chub, and Laurel O'Hara had a smooth and uneventful ride from the launch pad in Baikonur to their destination in space, the Rosviet module of the International Space Station. The 3 Soyuz crew members and the cosmonauts on board the station will now begin a series of leak checks on both sides of the docking interface to make sure that we have an airtight seal before the hatches will be opened to enable O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chub to enter the International Space Station.
Anton, how long did it take us to get to the station? Hold on, let me calculate. If we count from the liftoff moment, it took you pretty much exactly 3 hours. Wow, that is pretty fast. 220318, latches at position 18. Copy. Stand by for probe extension, monitor probe system operation, and report. Copy. Anton, second measurement. Descent module 729.
Flight controllers talking to the crew on board the Soyuz vehicle. The transit actually, to be specific, was 3 hours and 9 minutes. The launch occurring at 10:44 a.m. Central Time, culminating with a docking at 1:53 p.m. Central Time.
Instrumentation compartment. SSWEP internal transfer mode complete. Instrumentation compartment pressure inaudible. Sending ESVP command.
The crew is now going through a series of procedures to shut down some of the Soyuz systems that are no longer required now that the rendezvous is complete.
S11 out. Regime SSVO out. Copy. Execute per page 58. Copy. Sending ZAV journal command. ENPU 2 showing 0023D. ENPU 1 000319A. Copy. Standing by for 15-minute leak check measurements.
Антон, по гару можно в транспортное положение?
Anton, can we stow the handles to the transportation config? Anton, how copy? I copy. Let's wait until the results of the 15-minute measurement. Okay, I have a confirmation. You are go to stow the handles. Copy and work.
Definitely. Route убран.
Translation, all hand controllers stowed.
Ро убрано.
Rotational hand controllers stowed. Copy.
So with the Soyuz now safely nestled in the Rosviet module of the International Space Station, the docking was perfect, as were all other aspects of the rendezvous following the Soyuz crew's launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome just about 3 hours and 20 minutes ago. It took 3 hours and 9 minutes from the launch pad to the International Space Station, a 2-orbit rendezvous that now enables the Soyuz crew to begin the preparations for their hatch opening. We will take a quick break and be back on the air at 3:45 p.m. Central Time, 4.
And if you're just joining us, welcome here to the launch pad. We are staying live, awaiting hatch opening and the crew welcome ceremony that expected there 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time, or about an hour 40 minutes from now. You can keep sending in your comments and questions in the chat by tagging us at the launch pad. We'll continue to track the location of the ISS as we await hatch opening and the crew welcome ceremony of 2 new Russian cosmonauts and 1 new NASA astronaut aboard the International Space Station. Stay with us.
Good afternoon and good evening from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. At this hour, a shift handover is in progress as the Orbit 3 team is coming on console to take over the rest of the crew's workday on board the International Space Station and to prepare for the opening of the hatch between the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft and the Roscosmos module of the International Space Station. Several hours ago, in fact 5 hours and 1 minute ago, the 70S crew, the Soyuz MS-24 crew of Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub lifted off from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on their Soyuz 2.1A booster. They reached orbit less than 9 minutes later, deployed their solar arrays and navigational antennas, and then embarked on 3 hours and 9 minutes of transit for a docking to the Roscosmos module that occurred at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time. Here in Mission Control, again, the Orbit 3 team is coming on console. The Orbit 2 team that was here overseeing the launch and docking phase of today's activities has been led by Chris Dobbins, the flight director. Zeb Scoville is coming on console to take over the Orbit 3 team, which will take care of the hatch opening, a mandatory and routine ISS safety briefing for the newly arrived trio of crew members on the International Space Station, and then we'll begin to preside over the crew moving into its pre-sleep period and a sleep period that will extend into Saturday morning. Across the ocean at the Russian Mission Control Center in the town of Korolyov outside of Moscow, Russian flight controllers are working to coordinate the final series of leak checks at the docking interface between the Soyuz spacecraft and the Roscosmos module. Those leak checks got underway about 2 hours ago as the three crew members who arrived at the station, Laurel O'Hara, Oleg Kononenko, and Nikolai Chub, took off their Sokol launch and entry suits to allow them to dry out following their ride to orbit and their 3-hour transit to the International Space Station. They have now changed into more comfortable flight clothing and are conducting their leak checks as the technical specialists are waiting for the pressure to be equalized on both sides of the docking interface before the vestibule, the small passageway between the Soyuz hatch and the Roscosmos module, can be equalized and pressurized to enable the hatches to swing open. We expect that hatch opening to take place at about 4:10 p.m. Central Time, 5:10 p.m. Eastern Time. The Soyuz hatch, first the Roscosmos hatch will be opened, then the Soyuz hatch. The three crew members will float inside, move into the Zvezda service module, put on headsets, and accept congratulatory comments and remarks from spacecraft communicator Jessica Meir here in Mission Control in Houston, and Russian officials that are gathered on the balcony of the Russian Control Center in Korolyov. You see that balcony shot there. So we are expecting those congratulatory remarks, essentially a welcoming ceremony, if you will, somewhere in the neighborhood of 4:30 p.m. Central Time, 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, the three crew members who launched and docked to the space station today, Laurel O'Hara of NASA on your left, Oleg Kononenko, the Soyuz commander, in the center, and Nikolai Chub, first-time flyer from Roscosmos, on your right. This was O'Hara's first flight into space, as it was for Chub. For Kononenko, his fifth flight into space. Kononenko and Chub are embarking on a one-year mission aboard the International Space Station that will result in Kononenko coming home a year from now with almost, or in the neighborhood of about 1,100 days in space, far outstripping Gennady Padalka of the mantle of most time in space by a human being that he has held for a number of years. Kononenko, in surpassing 1,000 days in space and approaching the neighborhood of about 1,100 days in space, will have more than 200 days in space, more than Gennady Padalka when he comes home with Chub on Soyuz MS-25. That will take place next September. O'Hara will spend 6 months on the International Space Station. She will come home on the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft with Oleg Novitsky and Belarus researcher Marina Vasilevskaya, who will be launching next spring along with NASA's Tracy Dyson on a taxi flight to bring the new MS-25 spacecraft up to the station. So O'Hara will come home on the same spacecraft that she launched on, except with different crewmates.
I will send it at 23:51. Yes, set it for 1 minute after.
As mentioned a moment or two ago, the flight of O'Hara, Kononenko, and Chubb began 5 hours, 6 minutes ago at 10:44 and 35 seconds a.m. Central Time, 8:44 p.m. at the launch site of the Baikonur Cosmodrome as the Soyuz 2.1A came to life. Engine start was perfect. The turbo pumps came up to flight speed, and liftoff occurred right on the money, with the Soyuz lifting off and arcing out to the northeast over the Central Asian desert. About 1 minute and 10 seconds after launch, the Soyuz rocket passed through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, going supersonic at that point. 1 minute 58 seconds after launch, the first stage engines shut down, and the solid strap-on boosters were separated from the rest of the vehicle. The second stage engines continued to drive the Soyuz spacecraft uphill. They shut down at about the 4 minute 58 second mark. The third stage engines continued the job as the Soyuz continued its trek uphill into its preliminary orbit. 8 minutes and 45 seconds after launch, the third stage engines shut down. The Soyuz spacecraft separated from the third stage, deployed its solar arrays and navigational antennas, and the Soyuz began the chase to catch up to the International Space Station.
Station Moscow, on space to ground 2. So we're waiting for the passive side of the hatch opening.
All of the rendezvous maneuvers and thruster firings from the Soyuz were executed in flawless fashion, and the Soyuz approached the neighborhood of the International Space Station about 3 hours after launch. In this view of the Soyuz from external cameras on the International Space Station, it was a totally automated approach. All of the Soyuz systems operated in excellent shape, and the final phase of the rendezvous following a fly-around of the Soyuz was conducted with no issues whatsoever. The final approach command was given, and the Soyuz slowly but surely closed the gap between itself and the station, finally docking to the Rosviet module at a speed of about 1/10 of a meter per second, with the docking occurring over Ukraine south of Kyiv at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time. This replay shows the final approach and the final few feet before docking, with contact and capture occurring as planned. That was followed by the docking probe being retracted to pull the two docking surfaces flush against one another, allowing hooks to close on both sides of the docking interface to form a hard mate.
About the transfer hatches, which steps need to be taken? On your go, when you're ready. Hold on a minute. I can't.
So again, the launch and docking went as smooth as can be expected. No issues whatsoever. One of the smoothest crew launches for a Soyuz vehicle in recent memory, with no technical issues having had to be worked by the Soyuz crew, and no issues on final approach and docking that culminated a 3-hour, 9-minute trip for Kononenko, Chubb, and Laurel O'Hara. The leak checks are continuing, the pressure checks at the docking interface, as the crews on both sides of the docking interface, Dmitry Petelin on the Rosviet side, the station side of the docking interface, and Kononenko and Chubb on the Soyuz side, are in the process of checking out their vehicle systems, making sure that we have the correct pressure equalization to enable the hatch to open and allow the 3 new arrivals to board the International Space Station. There is a view of the newly arrived Soyuz vehicle docked to the Rassvet module with the Northrop Grumman Cygnus spacecraft on the right of your screen, and on the left of your screen is the Nyoka Multipurpose Laboratory module. And just out of the field of view atop the Prishal module, the node module docking port, is the Soyuz MS-23 vehicle that will be the ride home in 12 days on September 27th for the station commander Sergei Prokopyev, Dmitry Petelin, and NASA's Frank Rubio, who are wrapping up a 371-day mission aboard the International Space Station, which for Rubio sets a record for the longest single spaceflight by an American astronaut in history.
Yes, you need to take note of it. And by 1 second. There will be 7 items. Can you take note so I can take it from you?
And there's a view inside the Rassvet module at the hatchway to the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft. On the other side of that hatch is the Soyuz. Dmitry Petelin will soon begin the procedures to open up that hatch, followed by Kononenko opening up the hatch on his side of the docking interface to the Soyuz itself. Again, the crew, the 3 crew members who just arrived at the station will float inside. There'll be, I'm sure, hugs and handshakes between themselves and the current 7 crew members on board the station, the Expedition 69 crew, Sergei Prokopyev, Dmitry Petelin, Konstantin Borisov, Jasmine Mogbelli, and Frank Rubio, and Satoshi Furukawa, the JAXA astronaut, and Andy Mogensen, the European Space Agency astronaut. That's your 7 crew members on board the station at the moment, soon to expand to a crew of 10 with the opening of the hatch to the Soyuz spacecraft that's expected in the next few minutes or so.
Deactivate gas analyzers.
Пункт 4.5 не выполнять.
Item 4.5, do not perform.
4.5.
Item 4.5 is no execute.
Есть. Да, не консервируем. Пункт 4.5 не выполняем.
Да.
Item 4.5, we will not execute.
Патроны очистки ВСА выполнять по пункту.
Execute the purification cartridge swap in the ESA for item 4.3.
Так, еще раз. Патроны очистки ИСА.
Purification cartridge in the ESA, page 3.5, item 4.3.
35, пункт 4.3. Записал.
Okay, item 4.3. P1. Swap for P3.
Записал.
I got it.
Далее следующий пункт 4.
Okay, next is item 4. A transfer from MRM-1 to the BO of Soyuz 755.
Перенести из
From MRM-1
бытовой
to BO. What should I?
МИН-1, бытовой 755.
And at 3:59 p.m. Central Time, 4:59 p.m. Eastern Time, the station hatch, the Rassvet module hatch on the side of the docking interface, is now open.
Barcode number.
Dmitry Petelin, Sergei Prokopyev are working the procedures now to make sure that everything is in order on their side of the docking interface, while the Soyuz crew, that's Konstantin Borisov now on the right, to make sure that everything is in order to allow Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara to open up the Soyuz hatch so that they can float inside.
710.
308
000 710 81R.
1R.
1R. So 0007108.
Sergei Prokopiev in the field of view, the station commander.
Okay, I confirm.
Wrapping up, along with Frank Rubio and Dmitry Petelin, a 371-day mission. He'll be handing over station command to Andy Mogensen of the European Space Agency in a change of command ceremony on September 26th, on the eve of the departure of Rubio, Prokopiev, and Petelin.
Same one, or is
Ready
it
a little bit earlier.
the same one from
And we're going to have our
BO. Okay, I'll put. I marked the branch
our
19 speaking simultaneously.
And a great view there of the newly arrived Soyuz MS-24 that functioned perfectly during its ride to the International Space Station,
Got it.
well, just
launching 5 hours and 16 minutes ago from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
and CSS is going to be at 2132.
So TPK 754, I hand them over for drawing.
Just don't be afraid, guys. Don't freak out. I'm going to see you on the screens first.
Item 6. Okay, I got it. Wrote it down. Item 5. Hand over species number 3 for drawing in the Soyuz 754. In the BO. Set up block number 2. It's located number 1. Set it up in the BO of Soyuz vehicle 755. In the BO of
The station crew will be testing out some communications gear here in a few minutes to be used for the welcoming remarks that are planned inside the Zvezda service module once the 3 new crew members for Expedition 69 board the vehicle a short time from now. Expedition 69 will come to an end, and Expedition 70 will begin officially with the undocking of Prokopiev, Petelin, and Rubio in the wee hours of September 27th.
So I'm going to open KKT. Yes, so I'm, okay, KKT open. I'm opening KVD. KVD is open.
The International Space Station is currently flying 260 miles over the heart of Australia, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
04 and decreasing. Copy. Current pressure is 800. Copy.
Station Moscow on Space Ground 2. Guys, just as an FYI, you are on the large screen, and everybody can see you right now.
Какой на станции было? 740?
Да.
746 was the pressure on board the station.
Давление в орбитальном блоке 746.
Yes, in the pressure in the orbital compartment is 746. Current pressure is 790.
Антон, дальше я по 72-й странице выполняю, да?
Да, по 72-й странице, перед переходом.
So, prior to going into the onboard compartment, execute the steps. So when I'm going to okay, when I'm going to perform all the previous steps, I'll complete those. You need to deactivate all the COM assets, turn off the atmosphere purification unit in the BO, Oh, the guys are going to be waiting for me.
Текущее давление
780 is the current pressure. Copy. 780.
Заряд iPad 25%.
iPad charge status is 25%. 775.
Семь
770.
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, we're in the final phase of the leak checks and pressure checks on the Soyuz side of the docking interface at the Roscosmos module at the International Space Station. A good view right there of the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft, or 24 spacecraft, I should say, that arrived at the station with docking at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern.
Seven 765.
765.
765.
The station hatch, as you can see there on the interface with the Soyuz, was opened about 7 or 8 minutes ago. But the key will be the opening of the Soyuz hatch, which we're expecting soon, as Kononenko, Chub, and O'Hara complete the leak checks and the pressure equalization on their side of the docking interface. Welcoming remarks by the newly arrived crew and congratulatory remarks from spacecraft communicator Jessica Meir here in Mission Control, and Russian officials gathered at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov are expected around the bottom of the hour.
Семь
755.
The leak checks and pressure measurements still being taken on the Soyuz side of the docking interface. Again, the Soyuz crew launched at 10:44 a.m. Central Time this morning from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. They launched into a express lane fast track 2-orbit rendezvous profile that enabled them to dock 3 hours and 9 minutes after launch at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time.
семь
753.
And this view now shows the complement of vehicles on the Earth-facing side of the station. At the far left, docked to the Prishal module, is the Soyuz MS-23 spacecraft that was launched unpiloted in February to replace the vehicle that Frank Rubio, Dmitry Petelin, and Sergei Prokopyev launched on a year ago, that experienced a coolant leak back in December and came home in February unpiloted. The Soyuz MS-23 that is docked on the far left side of your station will be the ride home for Rubio, Prokopyev, and Petelin on September 27th, when they undock from the Persal module and land under their parachute on the steppe of Kazakhstan to complete 371 days in space, and for Rubio, of course, the longest single space flight in U.S. history. Back now at the Russian Mission Control Center with a view from the balcony camera in Korolyov outside of Moscow as we continue to wait for the pressure checks on board to be completed and to allow the Soyuz hatch to swing open and allow the 3 newly arrived crew members to float inside and join their crew members in the Zvezda service module for the welcoming remarks.
749.
Семь четыре девять.
749.
Коль, может, минуту две.
Nikolai, can you set a timer for 1 or 2 minutes?
Нет, пошел падать.
748.
Station Commander Sergei Prokopyev in the Rosviet module at the docking interface with the Soyuz spacecraft. The station hatch is open, now awaiting the opening of the Soyuz hatch.
748.
Минута прошла, нет? Прошла минута 15.
1 minute 15 elapsed. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute has gone by? Yes.
Уже почти
Almost a minute and a half. 2 minutes have elapsed. MCC Moscow. The pressure is stable over 2 minutes. Continue your steps. Open ККТ, close КВД. ККТ is closed. Item 8.1.
Да, подтверждаю.
Yes, I confirm.
8.1. Открытие крышки люка БО СУ-72 страниц.
I have set in the key.
Открываю.
Opening. Opening.
Отжал.
I have released it. Opening the hatch.
And the Soyuz hatch is now open.
Oh, have you been waiting for us for so long? It can't be. It can't be.
Чего? Сейчас мы доделаем, Серег.
Dr. Gable, just finish it in a minute.
Сейчас сначала перворазка выпустим.
We're going to let the first timers in. Okay, hatch is open. We see the hatch is open. Speaking simultaneously. So should we translate in the station? Yes, go ahead.
The Soyuz hatch opened at 4:16 p.m. Central Time, 5:16 Eastern.
Close it, but leave it a little bit ajar and then complete all our steps. Just turn off duplex comm line. Speaking simultaneously. Well, as soon as you translate there, I won't be able to hear you. So N2, N4. So right now, let me set the cap. So then we're going to perform the atmosphere purification. Okay. Let us complete all the steps and then we'll go into the station. Setting the SU plug. Do you have it?
Да.
Okay.
Протирки. Ручка герметизации.
The sewing handle.
Отвертка КСД.
KSD, maybe KSD screwdriver here. Is the KSD plug here?
Sergei Prokopiev and Oleg Kononenko across the hatch to the Soyuz spacecraft, talking about the collection of tools to be brought inside. Again, the Soyuz hatch was opened at 4:16 p.m. Central, 5:16 p.m. Eastern Time.
Как слышишь?
Слышу, принимаю, заглушку установили.
So I copy that you have set in the plug. I am taking out of the same container.
Крышку.
I'm taking the cover from the same container.
Так. Достал крышку и отключаю блоки очистки.
I have pulled out the cover and I am getting out the scrubbing units for the bill copy.
И надеваю.
And I am donning
This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're looking at Station Commander Sergei Prokopiev in the Rosviet module. Hatch is between the station and the newly arrived Soyuz MS-24, now open. the Soyuz hatch opening at 4:16 p.m. Central, 5:16 p.m. Eastern Time. Some 5.5 hours or so following the Soyuz crew's launch from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
Copy. I turned off the purification unit. I put in the plug. So we're going to turn off Bear 14, and then I'm going to go into the station. Okay, congratulations on successful docking and have a good flight. Thank you, Anton. Thank you. Okay, and I'm out. Okay, I'm out.
Once the newly arrived crew members come on board, they will move into the Zvezda service module for welcoming remarks. That'll be followed by a routine safety briefing that will be conducted by Prokopiev for the newly arrived crew members. That safety briefing basically points out routes and the various modules of the station that the crew can move around in, and what would be required in the unlikely event the crew members would have to evacuate the station on short notice. Later this evening, Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub will complete the deactivation of station systems and Soyuz systems. Soyuz systems that will be in a caretaker state while the spacecraft is linked to the International Space Station will be deactivated later this evening. Laurel O'Hara on board the International Space Station. Followed by Nikolai Chub. Oleg Kononenko following the two first-time flyers into the International Space Station, and the population of the station has now grown to 10. You're looking at Dmitry Petelin in the foreground, along with Frank Rubio on the left, Sergei Prokopiev in the back. Those three will begin a handover period with O'Hara, Chub, and Kononenko en route to their return to Earth on September 27th. And with the crew members now on board the station, there's a view of the Soyuz MS-24 spacecraft docked to the Rassvet module. The crew now on board the station. They will be moving into the Zvezda service module momentarily for welcoming remarks, followed by a safety briefing that will be conducted by Prokopiev to basically run down some of the emergency procedures that are typical and routine for a newly arrived crew. Later this evening, Kononenko and Chub will be deactivating the Soyuz systems to put the Soyuz on a caretaker state, if you will, on station power.
Moscow station on space to ground 1. Go ahead on space to ground 1. Anton, so we have moved over to the service module and we're turning on the equipment. So TV session will be on SHSS and it's going to be in 6 minutes. First, we're going to do the comm check. And if the comm is stable, I'm going to hand you over to all the dignitaries. Sounds good.
And the crew now tenfold in the Zvezda service module. Expedition 69 in full tow as we await the comm checks and welcoming remarks by the crew.
Guys, we're seeing you on the MPEG. Oleg, Nikolai, Laurel, congratulations. You're looking so good. All right, guys, we've got 4 minutes. So for the next 4 minutes, there will be no comm via mic, and we will not be able to hear you, just as an FYI.
So the crew, all 10 of them on board the Zvezda service module following the opening of the hatch to the Soyuz spacecraft just a few minutes ago at 4:16 p.m. Central Time. We are awaiting the station passing in range of Russian ground stations here to enable the comm to sync up and get us going with the start of the welcoming remarks. In the back row, from left to right, Andy Mogensen, Frank Rubio, Dmitry Patelin, Jasmine Mogbelli, and Satoshi Furukawa. Konstantin Borisov on the left in the front row, along with Nikolai Chub, Sergei Prokopiev, Oleg Kononenko, and in the far right in the front row, Laurel O'Hara. And we're being advised that the comm should be linked up in about 2.5 minutes. The voice comm with the video that you're seeing, so we should be getting underway just about 2 minutes from now. Once again, we're standing by for the voice communications to sync up with the video that we're seeing. We should be getting underway here momentarily.
Ребят, буквально двухминутная готовность.
Stand by for 2 more minutes.
In 2 minutes, we will start.
Суд Москвы, канале ШСС. Как меня слышно?
Station Moscow, GSS, how do you read me?
Ребят, как меня слышно в ШСС?
Guys, how do you copy me on broadband communication system?
Видим, что ты пытаешься что-то сказать, но мы...
Sergey, you are trying to say something, but unfortunately there is no sound.
Раз, два, три.
1, 2, 3, com check.
По ШСС.
Here, GSS, now we copy you loud and clear.
Слышу вас хорошо. Хорошо слышно, верно?
How do you copy us?
Да, слышим вас.
Yes, we copy you loud and clear as well. Then, I'm giving the mic to the management. Guys, how do you copy? Vladimir Alexeyevich, hello. Once again, good evening. We copy you loud and clear. I'm so happy that you have reached the station. It's a wonderful, good-looking crew. So for those who are first-timers, my best wishes to you. Work, do whatever you need to do on the station, and everything will be fine, I'm sure. I'm giving the mic to Dmitry Kalashnikov. He would like to say a few words. He is the main person who solves all the issues. So Dmitry will talk to you.
Спасибо, Владимир Алексеевич.
Thank you, Vladimir Alexeyevich, so much for your kind words. So now you have added crew. So all the control team is happy that you are on board the station. And we wish you all the very best, very efficient work on the station. And those who are to prepare for the landing, we are expecting you on the ground very soon. We are ready, actually, we are ready long ago. Yes, we know that. Dmitry Alexeyevich, thank you so much. Once again, my congratulations. Good luck to you all. And all the very best from all of us.
Спасибо большое. Ну, может быть, пару слов.
Thank you. Maybe Nikolai will say a few words.
Хотелось бы поприветствовать главную оперативную группу.
Greet all the ground control team.
Знакомые, работали в сменах.
I knew many of those people who are on console. I worked with them on shift. So thank you so much. Our thanks from space now to you.
Николай, вы знаете нашу работу изнутри, поэтому...
Nikolai, you know our work from inside out, so to say. I think we will have full cooperation with you while you're on board.
Еще раз спасибо.
Thank you so much for everything from Laurel.
Передаем трубочку нашим гостям.
Okay, now our guests here will talk to you. Your friends and family members.
С тобой, да, будешь?
Laurel and Nikolai, enjoy settling into your new home.
Привет, я вас вижу.
Welcome back.
Рад вас видеть.
Hello, I can see you. I'm happy to see you.
Всем привет. I'm so excited to follow along with your mission.
Greetings to everyone.
Congratulations to the entire ISS crew and to all of the ground teams around the world that enabled this extraordinary event. Congratulations.
Спасибо большое. Thanks a lot.
Да, сейчас я понял, просто был какой-то текст на английском языке. Привет, да, я вас вижу.
Yes, hello. There was some English conversation. Everything is fine. I can see you.
Я вас только вижу с правой стороны.
I can see you on the right there.
Очень рады за всех.
We are happy for everyone.
Всех поздравляем.
Congratulations, everyone, with your arrival on board the station.
Очень удачного возвращения.
And of course, we wish the crew who is preparing to go back to the ground, we wish you all the very best and very successful return.
Спасибо большое, да, мы скоро их проводим, они уже...
Thank you so much. Yes, we will see them off very soon. They are ready. Thank you.
Ребят, мы вас сейчас переключаем на ЦУП Хьюстона.
Guys, MCC Houston will talk to you from now on.
Да, хорошо, мы ждем тогда, не расходимся.
We are standing by. Then we are still here.
Вот, еще нам машут.
Yeah, we can see people are waving us.
All of Houston is wishing you a very pleasant evening. Pretty exciting with 3 turtles up there now. It's a bale once again. So enjoy your overlap and have an incredible time up there with your crew. Enjoy your overlap and have an incredible time up there with your crew. We're loving seeing all those smiles up there. We're loving seeing all those smiles up there.
Yeah, thank you. It's incredible to be here. It was a beautiful launch. It was a beautiful flight. The only thing better than seeing the Earth for the first time and seeing Space Station for the first time was coming through the hatch and seeing all these guys here. So thank you.
Say hello.
just in case.
Hey, Jessica, thanks so much. And it is absolutely awesome to have all these turtles up here. Thank you to the NASA team and the Roscosmos team for getting Soyuz 70 up here with us, and we look forward to spending the next week showing them around, and we know they're going to have a fantastic mission.
Excited faces here in Houston in the visitors room watching as well and sending all their support and love. Have a great evening, guys.
Thank you so much.
Ребят, все, на этом у нас репортаж закончился. Огромное спасибо.
Guys, we completed our coverage. Please
Огромные молодцы. Счастливые, довольные.
put all the assets to initial condition, and we can see that you're happy, and thank you so much, and goodbye.
And if you're just joining us, that was the official welcome ceremony of MS-24 Soyuz arriving at the International Space Station 5 hours, 58 minutes, 55 seconds since they launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. There you can see them docked to the ISS. That's going to do it for us here today from the TLP Canada studio. My name's Zach, and we will see you next time because space is better together. Goodbye.